Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the, oh man, I got a lot of, that's a very bright light right there, just taking out my eyes. Welcome back to the Tuesday edition of the stream. Today we're going to be working on more Insignia dev. Today I want to say a big welcome and thank you to everybody who's here in chat already. We've got people in Twitch. Nobody on YouTube just yet. Maybe you're lurking. Hello. I wanted to say also a big thank you, a really big thank you to Nell for the most recent follow and Can Give for the most recent subscription. Welcome. Okay. Is it worth me trying to block out that bright light that's green screening my eyes out? One sec. Do we win? Much better. Alrighty. So, today we are working on more Insignia dev. And oh boy, today I think is maybe the first day that I've got like my bearings and I can actually restart. I had a really busy morning. Hey, NubZYXO, welcome. Thanks for the follow. Subscription. Thank you so much for the subscription. Much bigger than a follow. Welcome. I have been doing some work for our friends at Terminal, Prime and TJ and Began. And I've been doing some work for a contract job, for a pitch. Lots of work I've been doing that's not Insignia related. And I've been kind of like a little bit itching to get back into the project and also feeling kind of just anxious overall. I've just been not handling a lot of the kind of like chaos in my life. So just got a message from actually one of those contract jobs. Cool. Okay, nothing to do with me that I have to worry about. Dude, I'm getting like that. I have this like infrared controller that controls the lighting situation in my room. So there's like a pink light here and a blue light there, you can see. And the pink light sometimes just decides it wants to turn off. And I don't know if it's like radiation of like infrared light coming in through the window or something that's just like sometimes tripping the sensor. But if I get darker here briefly, that's because the light turned off. Alrighty. So how about we just like take a big step back into the project. It is Tuesday. So let's queue up Tuesday's day. And let's have a look at kind of where we're at. So it's Insignia, it's my game. The priorities at the moment are mostly centralized around, I want to say two things. One is grey boxing the rest of the game, starting with the rest of chapter 2. The second is reaching out to publishers and getting a little bit back in contact with them. I guess the third would be something like just getting funding. So we've talked about this stuff here. Merch is out. Scene graph becomes something that's a little more relevant now. I'm kind of like open to working on some scene graph stuff again because I think it's going to do well. Contract job, I actually took a little bit of work on that already. So the next big, most important thing is the grey boxing, obviously, and anything to do with Scene Graph, and then Kickstarter. I don't know if that's something that we're really going to put much time into. At least it's not like my immediate objective. I think there is a broader something here, which is not about money per se, but just about like future steps that I think are worth taking. These are sort of like additional things. One of them is like Insignia on Instagram, just like having an Instagram or like some account that's just about Insignia posts on social media that I can post to. And then another one is like a side game, which honestly, I still haven't ruled out. I think it would be really good for the channel and for just social media and stuff for me to have some diversity in what I stream and what I make content about, and to have something that's like a new chapter. Will I do early access for Insignia? Probably not. Probably not early access. We'll see. Depending on where we're at, when we're like post grey boxing, midway through production, it might be clearer whether or not early access is worthwhile. I would love to do early access, but I think it just isn't a great fit for the game that I'm making. It could potentially just like create a splash and then shrivel up really quickly. Yeah, that's always been the thought, is that it could create runway, but I'm not convinced that it will necessarily do that. I just have a feeling that Insignia is like, sorry, pardon me. Yeah, Insignia is like a story, and consuming that story doesn't have a lot of like, there's not a lot to keep you captured for months and years on end. So yes, exactly. What SJ Pixels has said is kind of how I feel about it as well. That said, I mean, I think about Pirate Software and their game Heartbound, and that game's been in early access for a long time. And I think when the stream took off, and even before the stream took off, I think the notion of the game being like, as the popularity of the channel went up, having there be a game that you can purchase meant that a lot of, I think it, like if I was suddenly to become a big time streamer overnight, and we had like, 10,000 people watching, I think having an early access build and letting people purchase would be a great option for funding at that point. It's almost like, when there's a wave, you should ride it. That's how I think about it. So for me, I'm honestly, where I'm at right now with Insignia as a product is, I really think that there is this valuable thing that I'm making that I like when I look at it. And it's kind of like an evergreen piece of media. It's not something that's going to become aged really quickly if I make it correctly. And it's so important that the marketing peaks when the game's interest peaks. That is to say, like, when it's easy to talk about the game, it'll be easy to market the game. It'll be easy for people to get excited about the game. It's hard to drag people into becoming interested in a game that I can't show off a lot about that's different every day. The story of me streaming the game's development, especially right now, is not that exciting because there's not that much visually that's new every day that I can, build up, because the project's so big and requires, a lot of extended periods of time when not much is like happening, like you're not able to like follow the game's story just by watching me make it. So I reflect on like my entire strategy around like streaming development, making a YouTube channel, all of that stuff. And I really think that like the YouTube channel is almost like a side piece to the game. It's almost like completely separate as a brand. And it helps me a lot that I have it. It gives me a lot of opportunities as a developer. But in terms of marketing Insignia, it probably helps there a lot too. Like, it's not that it doesn't help, but there's like almost a separate exercise in pitching Insignia to people who don't know anything about it, who don't know my channel, who don't know me, that and particularly when I think about publishing, like pitching to publishers, I'm able to get their attention, but I wonder if I'm still pitching something that's not like fully representative of the game yet. So there is kind of like, I think, an identity that, and this is something that a trailer would do. It's the job of the trailer to do this. There is an identity of a mix of action and story that I think the game has. It's in the game. It's just not in a trailer yet about the game, where I'm really showing kind of its drama to me. Bone Circuit says, I still don't know who the hero is. I mean, really? If you play like the game on the Steam demo, you get to meet him. I mean, he's like the only character I really talk about, Armin. But I mean, it's okay. Like, I think it's important. I know, I guess in contrast to like a game, like there's a YouTube channel called Inbound Shovel, and they make a game called Isadora's Edge. And I think in that context, like Isadora's Edge, because it's in the title of the game, it's something where like you are encouraged to focus on the character. Insignia is a bit broader than that. There are lots of characters, and the character drama is a big part of what I like about it. And it's not, for me, critical for you to, I guess, like think of the game as the player character. Anyway, yeah, they're very similar visually, those two games, like Insignia and Isadora's Edge. I think like we could do crossover content, it'd be cool. So anyway, the way I see it, a trailer or a marketing campaign or an Instagram page that pieces together all of the things that I think are important about Insignia is something that I want to do. I want to be able to make that case more clearly. And I still think I'm not quite there yet. Do I, or have I shared wishlist numbers? Yeah, we're at like 10,500, something like that. Yeah, I think, where was I? I think making a strong case for the game, almost as like a place on Instagram, is something that I want to do more of, or like a book, or a piece of like a comic book or something in that aspect, where you get a sense of the, oh, thank you very much, the story being told within the world. That's what I think we're missing. And a lot of that has to do with sort of like action elements that are, yeah, I would say are like trailer moments. So like we talk about like the staircase, the spiral staircase as being like a trailer moment, kind of, but actually like it's more like something that looks like it's out of an action movie, out of an action adventure like in Indiana Jones or something. I want more of that in the trailer, because there's a lot of that in the story that's just not like super visible right now. So I think if I was just looking to grab people's attention, that's the kind of stuff that I would use. My only concern right now is that like that's not really the most important stuff to build. So I think I just have to consistently be making, what's the word, judgments about, and I've been developing like this forever. I mean, this is how I develop the game. It's not just grey box the game until the grey boxing is done. It's like a little bit of grey boxing, a little bit of combat animation, a little bit of environment design, a little bit of cutscenes from further in the game that look really polished. It's a little bit of everything all the time. And that's just it. Like, I just can't make the wagon, I can't pull the wagon any faster. It just, you know. Mambo number 5, exactly. A little bit of grey boxing on the side. Yeah, like I just feel like maybe I can't force anything to happen faster than I want it to. So I don't know. It's not even really a problem. It's just like more expectations that I have that I can't, that I need to unhave and just keep staying the course. That said, I really do still think that like a side game is important. It's one of those frustrations where I think like from a personal narrative perspective, I know that Insignia is like, I want to be able to market it and sell it and move on. But like from an objective, like my conscience, I was writing up an email this morning to send it to a publisher. Like what I would say to them as like our reconnect after October last year when I met them. And I just found myself thinking like, I'm not saying the things that someone would say if the game was ready. You know, like I just don't. The game being ready is an independent thing to me wanting the game to be ready. You know what I mean? Like if this was a game that was only 5 hours long, I still have a lot to like a percentage of exciting moments from the game or like things that make the game interesting. That percentage is not at a point where like, or maybe it is, I don't know. I was going to say it's not at a point where like a trailer perfectly captures what it is. And I know what I would want to see in that story trailer with action gameplay and stuff like that. I know what I would want to see. And it's not that anything in the game is far from that, like, but it might take me some time to piece together those parts. And even then, I would be pushing those parts kind of like further than they naturally are, if that makes sense. Maybe that's just what game development is. Like marketing a game means like promising things that aren't there yet. But like, do you feel like you have to approach a publisher with a game that's more ready than you feel it is? I don't understand that question. Do you feel like you have to approach a publisher with a game that's more ready than you feel it, than I feel Insignia is? It's like this. I think that for the time and personal energy that I've put into Insignia, the leverage that I would have over a publisher is not great enough to get what I want out. Like, we could get the funding, no problem, but I would have to accept a deal that's really not in my favor because I haven't evidenced the things that I think make it like a slam dunk. In the demo is good, but the game is more than just 5 times that demo. Hey, Zoranak. Oh, do you think so? Could you give me, I'd be happy for you to give me some feedback in like a DM on Discord. We could talk about it because I've only washed mine a couple times. So if you're using like a hot wash, that would be really helpful to know, even to get photos about like what it looks like. Maybe if we do another round, we do like one that's less of a block painting and more like line art or something like that. So anyway, milestones Gantt, I've got one. You want to see it? Look at that. Oh, wow. So we're kind of, this point here has been pushed forwards to about here. And actually, I feel like it's kind of maybe, and also this has been pushed forward too. We're kind of like this now. Whereas before, I was thinking I would need to do this. It was the grant funding that I thought I would need to do this sooner. But because I had such a good year last year, I was able to extend this forward and not need one. Oh, thank you, Slipped Psyche. Appreciate it. So coming back to just like broad strokes, where we're at and what I'm thinking, I think like I'm really split between taking a little break versus grey boxing out the rest of the game versus pushing a trailer forward. And I'll tell you why. I want to write this out really quickly. So grey boxing, this achieves, this lowers risk and raises leverage. Well, it mostly lowers risk for me as a director, right? This lets me know what the rest of the game looks like. It lets me know how much to budget. It lets me communicate with publishers easier. So that's grey boxing, super important. The next one would be like trailer and pitching. This gives us access to funding. Raises profile online, right? So we could do more wish lists like that. That's great. And then side project. This also lowers risk, but as a developer, business owner, right? It gives me another thing that I can put my name to. It allows me to keep team members around in the meantime. So I see it as like, and it also helps me, I can make content about this that's not about Insignia. So there's this constant feeling of, I think it's like the cart before the horse. That's kind of what that's what this is feeling like. And I feel like this, like the best time to do this is as early as possible, but the best time to do this is also after I do this. And this is time consuming. And if I do this 100%, I don't have time for this, but the best time to do this is right now. Hey, Mr. P.I. Poo says, I think tooling is far understated in terms of turnaround in game development. Even the simple tool you use like tiled and auto mapping is so insanely time consuming. I ended up making my own game engine, implementing a better method and semi version of tile directly in the editor. Assembling those kits takes a few seconds, and compared to minutes or hours for new kits, start automating as much as you can. I would suspect that your auto tile maps are not as complex as mine in terms of the fidelity of how good the result is out. Like tiled auto mapping is not I expect that your tiles mapping system is based on like proximity, where you're just saying, is there something like in this window or this window? If it's just a proximity map, that is really easy to set up, and Unity already has one. Tiled is more about like creating visual rules. Maybe you've implemented that inside of an engine and that's really great, but I don't think that this consumes much of my time. I mean, I have to create the art assets. That's time consuming. Auto mapping the assets takes like an hour. It's not a big deal. Like this is like a super duper simple version of an auto map that I can obviously embellish over time once I update the assets to look like, say, this here. And to me, like this tile map is much, much more complex than like a simple 1x1, like 3x3 grid rule base. Mostly because of how naturalistic it is and how well it tries to like change the content as you go down the page. It handles slopes. It's got, yeah, lots of stuff. It's got like internal things like bridges and walls you can slide down that also mesh with the rest of the tiles. It's pretty complex. It's not like the rule set is as simple as it can be. It's not Tiled's fault. Like it just is what it is. Like this is what the rule set needs to look like. At least this many things. I agree. I mean, I agree that writing your own tools streamlines a lot of stuff, for sure. But I suppose the reason why I used Unity was because I didn't know exactly what I needed to make. So I think I think game scope is also multiplicative, so that if you're taking on a project as big as mine, even if you were writing your own engine, you would either have to force yourself to limit what you were making so that you could write your own engine and have it work, or spend as much time as I have inside of Unity just getting to a point where you have something where you can explore that game space. Hey, Chronicle. Thank you so much for the sub. 59 months. Ooh, one away from 5 years. SJ Pixel says, I'd be worried the trailer would peak interest too early while you still have all that grey boxing to do. That's how I feel. That's how I feel. Do you ever fear that promoting a game could result in your ideas being stolen? Yeah, ideas don't matter. No one cares about ideas. So yeah, the catch-22 here is that like, this is great, but can't be done basically at the same time as this. This is great, but will take a lot of time. And this is great, but needs to be done after this. So in the meantime, like I want to keep my team around. I want to keep the business rolling. And all of that takes money. So, I don't know. What's your favorite type of genre you would like to create? Side scroller or what? I mean, right now I'm making it. It's an action adventure. That's what Insignia is. Next game will also be probably action adventure, but maybe 3D. At this point in time, how significant do you believe streaming's contribution will be to Insignia's marketing success? With the time saved and reduction in context switching by maybe releasing devlogs periodically instead not add up quite significantly over time. So you're suggesting that I stop streaming for a while to do the grey boxing? Probably. Probably would be valuable. And maybe wouldn't hurt either. Honestly, I think like a hiatus from all content creation is probably totally fine. Like, yeah, potentially. potentially. I haven't given it a significant amount of thought because I kind of like coming online. It makes me feel like I'm responsible to show up. And I like being with you guys, but yeah, it's definitely probably not the fastest way to get the work done. All right. I'll think about that. But I feel like, I don't know. Is that an outcome we want? Yeah. Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. The thing is, like, a lot of what, like, you know, streaming brings in money for me. It is a revenue stream, as is YouTube. If I let them go completely, I only have like 6 weeks of time before I like run out, basically. Actually, now it might be more like 3 months. So I can't like fully just disengage because then I can't eat. Then I don't have any money. All right, let's do some grey boxing for today. I'm not sure there is such a thing as straddling each of these. Let's solve this. Let's solve this first. So maybe like the soft version of this is something like reach out and get advice. The soft version of this is like just chip away. But it's not just trailer. It's like, yeah, I could get a simple trailer out, I suppose. Side project. I don't know. There was a version of this where I was thinking maybe we form a team and work on it together. So I'm not the linchpin. So, yeah, maybe we do that. All right. Well, I just got to keep living in Tread Waterland, I suppose. So, grey boxing. Let's talk about it. Insignia sequence board alert layout. Yeah, I was doing this. I was also getting Luca to help me with some work on the weekend. Or before the weekend. And he did a really good job. Maybe it's time I just look at that and just review it a bit more carefully. So we were looking at the idea of fleshing out this shop. The side project would be related to the Arrowbound universe, not the Insignia universe. Although maybe we could make it Insignia. It wouldn't be crazy. Okay. So this is Luca doing some thinking for me at just blocking in spaces with stuff to create scenes for the game. And I think this is fine. Obviously, we wouldn't use this as like the final graphics or anything. It's just like a way to create. The point of it is to create cores for NPCs to have animations that aren't idols. So if you build a home around an NPC, then the NPC animations can be them interacting inside of the home. That's the idea. So, you know, Jowl here, you know, writing on a desk or with his hand on his, like that, or climbing the ladder as you walk in, stuff like that. Just giving them more, making them more situated in the world. Which I think we're lacking at the moment. This is just going back at chapter 1 and looking at NPCs that are mostly just standing around and thinking about how we can make that better. Like I think Rupert here is nice because he's working at the bar. But yeah, we could do better than that, I think. And a lot of this has to do with this. This is the grey boxing. This is us thinking like, how do I focus on storytelling first rather than just putting things in the space, or at least putting them in the space in such a way that isn't committal, so that we can, when we do commit, we know what we're committing to and how we can assign that intent, that creative intent. A good frame count for idle BG. Idle BG? Like a character's random idle animation? Just depends. All right, so let's make a new scene here. This is a cutscene, so how's this going to work? So Armin. I would say this is one of the, to the person who was saying before, Mr. P.I. Poo, to your credit, this is the slowest part of my game for me. It's making Unity scenes. I was watching Billy Basso give a talk about Animal Well, and his scene creator was so straightforward. He was just like, draw boxes, that's levels. I would really love to be able to do that. It's probably the slowest thing about this game. And there is, I mean, I suppose what we could have done was put all of the like game content in like, I mean, in the end, it just would have been scenes, but they would have been scenes that I create in my own data structure rather than scenes in Unity. That's the only difference. I think this just is what it is. I don't think there's a better way to do it. But it would be nice to be able to block in scenes really easily. Do you mean like the actual background is animating? I mean, you could do it on like you could do 2 frames per second. A lot of anime does that. 2 to 6. You know, if it's actually just a background animating. Depends what you're animating. You don't have to animate the whole background. You can animate parts of it. Hey, Saravari, hola. What can I do here? Yeah, it's tough. I know it. Like what I just did, right, took me about 10 seconds. Should I be okay with just having that be the case for all of it? I mean, maybe. But I already have, like, I feel like I've created so many tools inside of Unity here, like so many that like actually maybe more streamlined tooling would have been like the way to go. I feel empowered, but I also feel a bit suffocated. Yeah. Yeah. And Unity is great as a starting point because it gives you so much to start with. Like you have physics, you have the time system, you have input, you have the timeline for animation, you have so much stuff out the gate that like it's great to get started. But then like at a certain point you go, well, I wish I could just have none of this. I wish I only had the parts that I needed. Like for me, the hard part is traversing. Like traversing scenes is very time consuming, as in having some script run over every scene and look at inside of stuff or find data. The game as a data structure is very, very complicated right now because so much serialized information lives inside of the scenes. And that's fine, that's what it is, but being completely honest, do you think it's even possible for a solo dev to create a 10 plus hour single player game while having a full-time job? Depends on what you do with those 10 hours. If it's very repetitive, then it's probably fine. If it's a roguelike, yeah, easy. I put more than 10 hours into Balatro. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, agreed. I don't have that luxury because I didn't have the time to build an entire engine before I started working on my game. So at a certain point, you just have to accept the cost. And I think I've got something that's very workable. You know, like I really, really don't struggle that much. I think we're just, you know, we have engineering brains and we want to solve things in ways that feel like they are without loss. But at a certain point, you have to accept that, like, it's okay for your workflow not to be perfect. You just have to have a workflow that lets you build momentum. So, like, I'm not slowed down by what I'm doing right now. This is pretty much fine. What is that? What's annoyed here? Canvas. Will render canvas. What is this? Not really much in this scene. Invalid AABB. I don't know. All right. That's annoying. better. Alrighty. And then what was it? O? Oh. So I suppose what I could do here is could do that, or interesting. Okay. All right. I have the whole pre-boss fight. Hold him still. Okay, let's see if that's in here. No. Okay, so I don't have the pre-boss fight cutscene dialogue in the game. Mm-hmm. Let's do it here. So we need a this dialogue, I think, is what got changed for this dialogue. So let's clear the sequence and let's use this. Import that. Mm-hmm. Chow meow. Hey Cheetah, how's it going? I write a mini game on Odin language with Raylib. Yeah, sweet. Okay, now we need to do a version of this that's a nighttime scene. Like everything I'm doing right now, everything I just did is very easy because I'm using Unity. A lot of the stuff that I'm doing right now would be, well, I would have had to build something much more complicated on my own if I didn't use Unity and wasn't building my little editors on top of Unity. If I was building them myself, it would be, I mean, maybe it could have been easier or more streamlined, but I'd still have to build that easier, more streamlined thing. Haven't used Unreal Engine. What am I making? I'm making an action adventure game called Insignia. So what I'm trying to do right now is see if I can make, based on a toggle. So if I go library, data library, and then update this, when I load into this scene with a specific save state, I want a bunch of stuff to toggle off. So I'm going to set that up right now. So Cheverton, we'll call it like chapter 2 complete. Let's make a new one. So like defeat Wrecker and Kerr. That's the most important part. So here, now it's like nighttime and like nobody's here. Because I've completed all of the stuff. So I turned off the daytime background and I removed all the characters from the scene. And then I can toggle on a bunch of objects that I want in the scene when you've completed the thing. So I could do this thing here called night objects. I can make this daytime background and make this one here and call it nighttime background. Hey, bad cop. And then I can say, actually, the nighttime background is this color specifically. And then this will say night objects toggles on condition toggles on condition behavior if we have defeated Wrecker and Kerr is true on load. All of this will be true. So the nighttime background is a child object of that, so I can just run it and it'll do this. So what I can do here is just like place a random thing in the scene, like this turtle. I like turtles. Okay, this guy's gonna show up at nighttime. There he is. I've started working on this game in 2017. So all we have to do is swap the game state to chapter 2, Fed Solstice, which means I haven't done that yet. And here it is. So this guy should be toggled off. Ah, but I didn't put him in there. So I have to put the turtle in the nighttime objects. So that's daytime. Swap this thing here to chapter 2 complete. Nighttime. So that's good. That lets me do a lot. All right. So obviously the turtle's not going to be here, but what is going to be here is like a big shatter in the floor, like a big broken thing. So just to like block it in, what I want to do is create a sprite that's a circle. And this is purely for what we call gray boxing. This is just to make my life a bit easier. On middle ground 2, I'm going to put this here and I'm going to flatten it down and make it a big hole right here. And I'm going to do that. So when it's nighttime, there's a big hole in the floor. Cool. Well, what I'm doing is I'm putting conditional logic in the game without needing scripts. That's the most important thing for me, is because the game state is so complex. I need to be able to create these conditions using the presence or absence of these quest flags so that I can track the game state more gracefully. I don't want to like write an if statement saying, oh, if this, turn off all of this stuff. I mean, that's basically what's happening here, but I'm using components to do it. And it's possible that we could have made this like a separate scene. Like but because the game is kind of like a Metroidvania, being able to know where you are on the world map is really important. And I don't want to be able to cheat. I don't have, at this point in time, an easy way to cheat the world map. So if you're here because you've returned here, I like the idea of the map showing you as here. Because yeah, if there was no map, I could just like make a replicated scene that looks like the other one. But I prefer it this way. The story is linear, but the space that you carry the story out in is not linear. So there's backtracking. You'll go back to scenes and they'll have changed significantly from the previous time you were at the scene. Like the whole game essentially gets a pass after a certain point in time that lets you go back to all these different places and see them with slightly different things having happened. Which is a big challenge, but it's kind of what we're designing anyway. But yeah, the dumb way would be just make a second scene that looks like this one. It's just there's so much nitty gritty stuff. Like in this scene here, you can come here and there's different things every time. Like you can come here the first time, there's a guy like snoozing out the front. No, the first time there's no one here. And then you meet the guy inside the watchtower, then you exit the watchtower, and then you go do this mini game. And then when you come back, he's snoozing out the front. And then later on, if you come back here, this flag is in the way and he's like locked outside and he can't get in because someone's like, these little guys have like commandeered the tower. So it's the same space. The rest of the level hasn't changed. It's just that one thing is different. So object permanence and like spatial permanence is kind of, unfortunately, just a thing we have to deal with. What is going on? That's what I want. No, I made that myself. Well, with help. Originally, I made it myself. Cool. And then we can put a time of day change here. Okay, so we want how do I make this work? Do I have an example of a Clinkers Easter egg request that I've added somewhere in the game? Yeah. There was someone asked for I'm pretty sure actually, I think this hamster was one. This guy. He's just like an NPC in the level. Actually, that turtle that I just put in the scene was one as well. to me, it just looks hard to debug instead of having some sort of master list of all objectives with some sort of index. Maybe I misunderstood how you were assigning the world changes. Yes, it is very complicated. The game is not strictly speaking linear. There is like a very, very messy tree of game state things. And that's by design. Like, it's not easy. It's not designed to be easy. It's designed to be the story that I told, that I want to tell. And unfortunately, like, there are lots of things that are conditional to other things, and those things are not in linear time. So like, you know, I use the quest flags to determine whether or not this chest should be open. Right? Should the chest be open? Well, have you opened the chest before? If yes, leave the chest open. Okay, what about like talking to an NPC? Should the NPC say this line of dialogue or that line? Well, it depends on which lines of dialogue you've spoken. Or maybe you're in a part of the game where this NPC can't be here anymore because something else has happened to them in the meantime. Surely you won't be able to fit in all of the Clinkers requests. Why not? You think there's a limit on how much content there is left in the game? I'll be able to implement all of them, don't worry. Hey friends. Let's do it. Green. It's green. Congratulations. Good stuff. Alrighty. Let me switch over to this profile and then Clinker game rewards. Cool. What are we doing for you? This is MD Franz. MD_Franz. You've got a puffin in there. Anything else you want to do with the puffin or a different thing? DM me, no worries. Sweet, no worries. What's the most difficult thing, the difficult Clinkers request that I've said yes to? Let's have a look. Somebody wanted a minigame at one point. I think I might have agreed to it, maybe. But it was like the Clinkers minigame. I think that's probably the biggest thing. Wooden automatons. Archie. We've already got... Oh, I should have renamed Roberto to Archie. Sombrero. See, like, these aren't that hard. Rusty sword sticking out of the ground. Turtle person. We've already got a turtle person in there. This is Sprite Whip. This three-legged raven might not happen. A turtle on their back named Raphael. A chess reference. There are a lot. I mean, we're at what? 180. But it's like 180 sprites that are going to be in the game anyway. It's just that now they're what these people ask for and not some other random object. Do you know what I mean? Like, if I'm going to put NPCs in, like, I mean, it might not have literally 3 legs. Maybe it'll be a raven. It'll have 2 legs at least. We'll see how many. Look, lost hands with a map. There you go. Okay, so enough. If I turn this off, it doesn't matter. Turning it on. What I wanted was lighting related stuff, and I wonder if doing that locally would be better than doing it in this like this night lighting. How do I do that? Where does that get assigned? Surely inside of the scene, right? Global lighting, or instead lighting conditions, and then evening atmosphere, condition toggle, evening atmosphere, lighting, and then lighting. But then what are these lightings? Lighting behavior, lighting, late afternoon. Okay, well that's actually pretty reasonable if that's how it works. I don't remember it being that way, but I mean, that's it there. So if I go over here and I go into here and I paste and I go into night objects and I change this to lighting conditions, and then I take away this to that, and then I don't need this anymore. I'll just do that and then bring this back in and then do this night and then press play. What happens now? Well, that's better, but I think this needs to be a lit sprite rather than unlit. No good still. That's better. Now it looks like it's nighttime. I think I will say yes to everything that I mean, I do say no to things, but I will always have veto power over how they're expressed. That's just the way that it is. I've said no many times. I mostly say no. A 3-legged raven, we'll see. Don't worry too much about it. I will be fair. It's okay. Oh yeah, I will. I can definitely do that. I might not do it, but this thing here, I could just pop the moon back there. It's like right there, right? hang on a second. Turn that off. Turn that off. Put this like there. Parallax by depth. Push it out to like 99. Go. Whoops. What the heck? Not bad. Man. Dude, what am I doing? Oh, I'm not even using the scroll anchor. Duh. I'm like, what the hell is going on? There we go. That's what I want. I'm not the only one developing the game, but I was the only one who started working on the game. It was a solo project for many years. Cool. Okay. And then, you know, I would do something like I don't know, just something like that. They're not very good, are they? What the hell? These suck. I mean, it's like that and like that. I don't even know if I want to use these, but it is what it is. I think I'll do a different lighting strategy later in the game. I also think the lantern probably should be able to be lit up by its own thing. Wait, it is lit up. There you go. So middle ground 1. Okay, well that's broadly giving us the feel that we want. Hey Chartle, 40 months. Thank you so much for the sub. What's the black hole? This is a giant hole that you will have come out from underneath. Because this boss arena goes all the way up into the bottom of this hall, basically. It's probably even bigger than this, isn't it? It's like this big. minimum. And then we need like a blockade as well. With a collider on it. I suppose the blockade should go on the circle. But I would like the camera maybe to take the whole thing and maybe push it forward. Oh, I wonder if the throne could fall in. That could be fun. I think it should be smaller. It's these kinds of things that this is the whole purpose of grey boxing, is being able to like just get the gist of what I'm trying to do. Like I want the hole to be here, but I think there needs to be maybe like a zone camera. That is a 2.7 camera that lives sort of there, but this is like just that, and it's looking over here, but the offset is like that. Is that reasonable? Probably not. Maybe 1.8 then. So at least you can see it, and then as you walk away, it'll... Cool. Okay. And then we need a door to upstairs, which is only there as a night object. And does it have a condition on it? It does not. So can I just walk in it? Can I just press a button? I can. And then we get this scene. Mm-hmm. And then he goes up here. We can go over here. Good. Cool. Designed by YouTube committee. I know, it's definitely a struggle. Where's my camera? What is this yellow amount? Oh, feather. I don't think I need that. A little bit of the camera doing weird stuff as we zoom. Oh, we've got two separate points here. Let's get rid of that one. Okay. Level scrolling bounds. Ah, that would be why. Cool. I do think that this left edge could go much further out. And that this zone camera's focus ratio could be like 2 or 1 even. So that we still have a little bit of scrolling as we go. Yeah. And this is going to be a glorious shot. We could have like the whole city underneath us. Fork is really good. Okay. Dude, this game is so big. This game is too big, dude. So is there a way to get from here to there? This door goes to where? Goes nowhere. No, it doesn't. It goes to here. Why did that break? No reference exception. Ooh, it's a scene meta issue. Fix that. There we go. That's better. Okay. And then here Well, what I want to do is maybe have, I don't know. I mean, there's just a condition that lets us go to the next scene, but I could put like a door somewhere that lets us do that. Just while we're prototyping. Exactly. Go through this door to finish boss fight. So this door goes to there. Hello. Yeah, but hey, virtual. And that is a problem in two directions. One, it's a problem because this lighting is there. Two, it's a problem because of this. Suppose what I could do is well, let's take the lighting away for a sec. Wait, I took it away and it turned itself on. What if I take it out of here and turn it off? Better. Okay. But then all of those lights also didn't get disabled by the night objects. Oh, but they shouldn't be. Wait, but they all got... Okay, I think I figured out what's happened. There we go. Cool. So when we go back to here, it's not really a door as such. It's actually the boss handler. So there will be a boss manager. And then boss fight manager? What's it called? Boss fight container. Okay, I guess we don't have one here. So I'll go to here and I'll grab the boss fight container. I think it's on arena. Boss fight container. Boss fight arena. Do I need help with pixel art? Yeah. I do have a team that helps me, but I'll need more help. Defeat Wrecker and Kerr. The boss is the boss manager, which is this. And then the boss end scene is Sheraton Hall. I'm not sure why this reward shows up every time. Hey, Nabe. What do you think about going out with a public demo with like 30% placeholder art for my Jokers, making a game similar to Balatro? I think that's okay. Especially as like a playtest demo. Sure. So this happens, fight Wrecker and Co. And then that says Harriet the Librarian, but that's not what it needs to say. Where's the boss health bar? Well, it's there. How does it know to call itself that? I can't remember what I did there. Boss life bar. Character boss title. And character is an NPC data, which we give when we set up this. We have a character data. Okay. So this. As that. There we go. Now, why is that failing? Because of the camera that I deleted. Amazing. Cool. Sweet. Hey, Blue Fox. Hey, Jeg Elsker Niklas. Welcome. Hello. Okay, now let's get rid of that reward thing. Maybe I'll just set it to false. Just have it not be there. That didn't seem to work. Oh, that worked. Okay, now what if I go to a part where there is a reward for a quest? No reward. That's no good. So that can't be like that. But there is, I mean, game object.set active. Reward.game object. Insignia item listable reward. Ah, that's the listable, but it's the parent. That's why it's not working. What is this set active? Ooh, there could also be this. Uh-huh. This is a bad name. Oh, I see. That is a different thing. Oh, that's so different. It's 0.5 or white. I think that should just be called setup. Or like set. Like. Color. Even. That's good. And then that's good. Okay. And then the small grounded enemy will be our boss. So here's our boss fight container. The boss is going to be small grounded enemy. Fight small grounded enemy. Cool. And it's nighttime. And we're here. Now you can beat the chapter 2 boss. It's doable. Okay, so now we want to bring the lighting back in under night objects. Good. And now we want to go here in the day. Bad. Now I'm pretty sure this does its thing on awake. But it sets itself up on evaluate. It evaluates the condition on start, not on awake. If I was to put it up here, would that fix it? It would fix it. Sweet. There's probably a reason why I don't do that. I have a feeling that was a mistake. But it certainly worked here, so maybe I'll just roll with it and see what happens. Like... if I'm here, that's fine. And then if I do like... well, that's right. There we go. Yeah, it all still works. Sweet. Okay, let's commit that. Okay. good. This is a good chunk of the chapter 2 ending is in the game now. It's like the last 10 minutes is now like technically, physically here. I think I just needed to do this, you know. This is the grey boxing I was talking about. I just needed to be able to like walk through the game. This is just chapter 2 as well. There's so much more. Let's put another door here. There's a west-facing door. So now from here I can go here to here to here to here to here. This is all exactly as it's supposed to be. To here. Here to here. There's one more thing after this, which is the sort of skydiving scene. I don't know if that's going to be a separate scene, but I expect it will be. I don't know yet. I guess I have to just decide, like, what is this going to be? Is it a mini game? Is it... What is it? In my mind, it's like, it plays out like a cutscene. It's hard to make that choice at this point. But for now, why don't we just make it take you all the way to here in like a door? Not a crucible door, just... just a door, which is a west door, which is here, and the west door is going to take us to another door, which is here. Well, actually, it doesn't need to be a door that does that. Instead, it needs to be a door that just teleports you. And ultimately, that'll be a cutscene that teleports you, but for now, outside Cheverton. They're all separate scenes, correct? That's right. Cool. And then... do I let the player from this scene, like technically I could let the player just go back out into the world and do other stuff for a while. I feel like the urgency is for them to just go, at which point maybe I don't know if it's worth putting them into this scene or a copy of the scene. I also feel like all of this could be here and this could be down there. Okay. Nice. Cool. And then we go. How long do you think it would take to move this game to another game engine? It would basically be rebuilding the game. Like, depends on how many people we've got. If we had like 5 engineers, it might take 6 months. Maybe more, maybe like a year and a half to port it to Godot. It would be so much work. We'd probably have to throw out most of the, like, we would be essentially remaking the game in Godot. We wouldn't be like just copying and pasting scripts over. I mean, a lot of the C# content probably would work, but it would take like $300,000 to do it if you were to pay everyone. It would be so much work. And the game would be very different, I think, because we'd probably end up using a lot more of a tile editor or like a custom scene editor. I wouldn't want to use Godot's scene engine. And then like, yeah, all of the, gosh, this would take forever. Forever. The game is a big game. Like, look at the main player character. This is just the player character. All of this stuff. All of this is one character. Well, the main character. Just like behaviors that he has, things he can do. The Game Boy Color version's already released. Look. That's Armin. Imagine trying to build that inside of Godot. Now, technically, what we could do is we could do like a back scene of the town, like the front of the town and then the back of the town. And maybe she jumps down there. Because like technically, like, why wouldn't you, if you're at the top here, why wouldn't you jump and sail down this way? You probably would. I think I need a chapter 3 title screen, so let's do that. Nice. This is the chapter 3 title screen. I don't know if I'll keep it like this, but that's hypothetically what it would be. Or it would be the Massalia, the ancient city. Could be the title screen as well. Okay. Or this could all be underneath. Which is kind of the way that I had it. Let's put it underneath. It's more reminiscent of how the scenes look anyway. I want like an unlock everything option. All right, let's try that. Hi. Wow, that totally worked. But I want every scene visited as well. If I go to game data, visited scenes. Does the progress state have a game data in it? It does. Visited scenes is a list of strings by GUID. So I want in instance collection.scene graph. This is a scene map which has a list of scene node serialized, which has a scene reference, which has a scene GUID. So for each scene node, and this is using up on hill. Scene node serialized. Oh my gosh. Okay. Nope. Okay, that's good. That's all the scenes. But we're not in that level. I mean, game complete. Go. Yay. This is what the final world map will look like. Not even the final one. This is like, this is what like a 60% complete world map will look like. 60? 50%? Crazy. All right. I need a break. See you in a bit. Hello. We're back. Let's keep it up. So, one of the biggest current gaps in Chapter 2 in terms of gameplay completeness is the dungeon, which is this section down here. What I have is a bunch of rooms that are individually puzzles but don't actually chain to each other in a way that makes a lot of sense yet. So we're gonna have to solve that. It's one of like, it's supposed to be like a classic dungeon, like an actual dungeon. And there's a few wrinkles logically that don't make sense here. I mean, like there is no structure, first of all. There's no way to like do the dungeon. And that is contingent on the abilities that we have in the game. So we were working the other day on combat abilities. Let's go have a look. Oh. Thank you. So we kill this enemy and they give us this ability, which is a sort of a vertical downward slam. And I think I want that to be a little bit more of like a dish. So when we look at this, I think I call this dive ability. It's not even dive, is it dare? This pull sword. Is nothing. Okay. Is this it? Nope. Nope. Plunge is what I called it. Cool. So there's this into that, into this. And I think I want to hold on this frame for a little bit longer. So we can do that kind of a sneaky way by just duplicating the animation frames by a fair bit. That's what we're here for. Feel free to just chill. Cool. So now when we check this out. There's a sound effect on frame 1 and I duplicated frame 1 so we get the same sound effect on every frame. So not you, not you, you. Not me, not Hermione, you. Cool. And I think we could go a little faster. Oh, that's actually determined by his terminal velocity, which is fixed in the game. So you can't go faster than it will let you. Should I let you go faster? I can definitely do it. Yeah, a little bit faster. Okay, well, let's have a look. If we're not almost grounded and we're looping, then we can move, and vel_y is negative, I don't know, let's try -3. Okay, let's try -6. I don't think either of those worked. We are looping. We're not almost grounded. I mean, that's mostly what should probably be happening, so. Oh, that was faster, wasn't it? No, that was the same. Okay. Nothing. Ah, this is the wrong ability. I copied and pasted these. This goes... No? No. Bro, I'm so confused. What did I call this thing? What am I doing here? It's definitely dare ability. I'm sure it is. So it should be here. This game is an action adventure with puzzle platforming. Oh, okay, it did work. Interesting. I don't know why. I guess because there's probably a cap actually on the velocity. I must have put one in there. Or is it a gravity thing? Surely not. -4 is the current velocity. I just muted that. Yeah, velocity's still -4. Am I doing the air control .do? Right here. A4 fix do. I think it's right there. If I put it here instead, it will probably work. Oh, there you go. Okay. Okay, maybe 8 instead of 10. Pretty cool. 8's still probably too much. Maybe like 6.5. I'm okay with that. Cool. All right. So now the question is what we can do with this thing. So just to reiterate, we had back over here in ability template catalog, we have things that you can do with the plunge ability. So force underground enemies to the surface. Yes. Destroy something barring downward travel. Yes. Loosen an object clinging to the ceiling below us. That's not really on the to-do list, I don't think. Call that unvalidated. Defy upward momentum, that's in there. Pull weight down. Don't have that yet. And bouncing on buoyant things, we don't have that yet. Yo, one sec. I just gotta check my house. One sec. Okay. So bouncing on buoyant things. Somebody was saying, you know, is that kind of hurting the way that the game is designed, such that like using a yellow ability to go up undermines the green ability to go up thing? I mean, I don't know about that. I suppose there's one thing we could do of like pulling heavy things down. I don't know what that would look like yet though. Maybe we just like mock it out for a sec. So like, hey, oh, this is Figma. I use it. It's just a graphic design tool, like a UI design tool, but it's so powerful that I use it for like laying out my project. So like the tool is literally, you can make canvases and you can make boxes and you can color the boxes and put graphics in them and, you know, make text and write text and whatever. Put the boxes in there and do that, and now you've got like a button or whatever. That's like what it's designed for. But it's so powerful that you can like make components, and then I use the components to do like Kanban design and stuff. Like there are frames, and the frames let you rearrange stuff. So I do like to-do lists, and then I do like a lot of my you know, like GDD stuff I do in these components like this. And then I've got pages here of design. It's just useful for me because I like being able to zoom out and see everything. Just helps my brain. Hey, SureFX, Sire, SYR3FX. Thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, the concept here is something like, you know, you are flying downwards. And when you hit something, you hit it with such force. If it's like it's like a platform that's like on some sort of like pulley system with like a gear or whatever on it. That hitting this platform really hard will make the whole thing go. And then when you step off it, it goes and goes back up to the top. So the idea is you can use it, the ability to slam down and go through things to activate down elevators, essentially. And I kind of like the idea there are these deer people in the game. Maybe the elevators are designed for them, and because they are heavier than you, they can just step on them and go down. But because you're a little human, it takes more energy. You need to like use something to like break them. Or like engage them. That's kind of fun. So what does this look like from the perspective of one of these? I guess it would be like with like woven. There are these bridges in India that are like living bridges. This is like a really core initial concept for the game, for this section of the game, where like it's made of tree roots. So you weave all the tree roots together. These deer have like the power to essentially like manipulate trees in this way. So Son of Man. Son of Man. Do, 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 do. This is Insignia, yeah. That's, I just can't get enough. But also Son of Man, right? How does it go? I can't play it because it'll trigger the copyright. I guess it would be like dirt. I just can't get enough. And then there's like this thing. It could be like on a tree branch like that, and you're just like bending the tree and it wants to like sling back up. Rather than be like a mechanism. Put a platform on a rotating arm to swing around at 90, 80, 270 degree angles for pseudo one-way or asymmetric travel. Yeah, we thought about that in the past. Like, you put a thing here on an arm like that so that you can do something and it goes to here and then you can go down that way. I actually haven't played Yoshi's Island. That's kind of cool. Oh, leaves, of course. Sorry. I was going to say, I didn't own the Super Nintendo at my house when I was a kid. It was my sister's. So my older sister's. So for me, like the only game that was mine was Bubsy the Bobcat. Because it was given to me by my auntie when I was like 5. This looks like pizza. Yes, friends. Dude, Bubsy is like low-key one of the better games. Nah, it's not that good. It's not a great game. It functions. It's okay. No, it's not a bad SNES game. It's good. It's not great, but it is good. Yeah, Bubsy 3D is bad. We all know that. But Bubsy Claws Encounters of the Third Kind, it's pretty good. It's got good music. It plays very well. It's a very fast game. It plays kind of like Sonic the Hedgehog. Yeah, dude. The music's great. Very good game. Ba ba ba. Well, we didn't have Cool Spot in Australia. I know what it is, but I don't think anyone had that. Yeah, it's looking a little weird. I think there needs to be more of a concept of like weight. So we could definitely try to do. No, this isn't Photoshop. This is called Leonardo. Maybe there's just like a big heavy rock. Around some like wooden platform with like a rope or something here. Bubsy 4D? Is that real? Oh my gosh, there is a Bubsy 4D. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Your old pal, Bubsy. Ever since I announced my return, your reactions have been amazing. You said things like a game suffering from uncontrollable momentum and a confusing layout. Okay. Weird. You know what? Let's try another one. His endless quips were annoying, the music was generic, and the levels were laid out. Right reviews? Oh, they're not. Oh, Phew. Okay then. Here are the right ones. See? Now this is what I'm talking about.
Oh, damn.
Oh yeah, this feels good. We got tech now, baby.
It doesn't look good.
I'm talking bigger bosses, meaner enemies,
What are these attack animations?
and of course, me in beautiful HD. Oh yeah, it's all coming together. Are you ready? See, we're not even scared of GTA. What do you mean it got delayed again?
The VTuber thing is a nice touch. Does this have... are people excited about this? Oh, damn. It's got 100K wish lists? Okay. Someone's excited for it. For the memes, I'm sure. Yo, Robin. Is this for Bubsy in the game? Drop dance. Pink. No Bubsy for you. No Bubsy in Smash. No Bubsy in Insignia. Dude, Bubsy low-key could have been like an amazing mascot. I mean that. Do you know what it is about Bubsy? I've just realized it's Bugs Bunny. He's just Bugs Bunny. That's what he is. It's a wisecracking animal with white on the front. He doesn't. The only thing he doesn't do is say "nyeh," but he does have that same voice. He's got the same thing. I didn't realize. But dude, actually, like, look at how cool. Look at how cute this guy is, and look how non-cute this is, and this is. Oh, that one's okay, but this is not the same. This guy's cute. I actually really like OG Bubsy. People don't appreciate that Bubsy was actually kind of cool. Like, look at this guy. He's cool. It's too much of a meme. I want a Bubsy game that takes itself seriously. Like, I actually have this with so many games in my heart. So many games. There's like the amount I experienced as a kid and where I thought those games would go and then where they actually went. You know what I mean? So like for me, like I don't have Bubsy, the Bubsy 2. I don't have Bubsy 3D in my brain canon. So for me, Claws Encounters of the Third Kind goes on to be a really cool, 3D Spyro the Dragon style platformer. Like, this game's cool. It's got cool levels. It's a good game. The enemies are interesting. I want there to be like in my mind, I know where a good version of this game goes. I have the same feeling about like Kingdom Hearts. Like Kingdom Hearts, the first one, is actually a great game that would have been, there's like a Kingdom Hearts 2 that would have been really, really good. That's not the Kingdom Hearts 2 that we got. And instead Kingdom Hearts became something that I don't like. But there is a Kingdom Hearts in my brain that I do like. That's like a better version of Kingdom Hearts 1 that's a bit more grounded and has more interesting combat. But it's not Kingdom Hearts 2 or 3 or any of them. Just like Game of Thrones, there's an ending in there that's great. It's just not the ending that we got. Okay, so maybe we can prototype this out. Just how would I want to build this? So first of all, I think I want to take these wind fields and this slam shell, copy them, go to the other graph, in details, maps, scratchpad graph, and then honestly, I need a new level here. So maybe I go to When did I go mute myself? I don't know how long ago I've been muted. Yeah, I think I just want like a button I can press that gives me a scene and a tile map. With the template map. That's what I want. Let's just do that quickly. So we are in the... Where would I want to do that? I mean, it should be in scene graph. That would be the way to do it, but I would want like some function that does this. Okay, here we go. Here's what I'll do. I'll go to assets and I will make a folder called scene template. Okay. Templates, and then call this like level. And then in the scene folder, I put the scene that I want as my template scene. And then in the tile map folder, I put a tile map that I want to copy into every level. So let's go to let's go to tiled. And then dream prison gray box test. Cool. So file, save this as, and then in assets, scene template, templates level tile map, we put this here and we call this level template. Then we can take this and then just block it out. But I can't do that because it doesn't have the tile map rules in it. Oof. That sucks. Oh, man. Because the tile map system by default uses local files to determine where things are. And it needs a rule file to know how to do it. So it's okay. It's not a huge deal. We can just do this to start with. Part of me thinks I should just put the map geometry like in these levels. In the prototype layer, so that at least you can run around and jump up them and stuff. The problem is that the prototype tiles aren't the full tiles. So like this tile is the same as that tile, but in the game that would be a ledge and this wouldn't. So it does need to be like this. What I could do the thing is, the second I move this thing, it's going to break. That sucks. All right, I need a smart way to do this. Let's go to tile maps. So in this folder, assets, tile levels, tile maps, I think I should put one here called scene template. And, or what did I call it? Gray box. Inside of gray box, I can put these levels. So when I make this, this needs to go into the gray box. Folder here. What do you think? Is backend software engineering about to die in the near future? I don't think so, because I think the AI, what it's doing is it's making people much worse at programming. And when things start to break, people will need competent, like, actual engineers to build things for real. Particularly back-end stuff. I mean, it's going to get a lot easier to do back-end development, but it's going to get a lot harder to get good at back-end development. That's my opinion. Vampire Phone says, I want to start streaming game development. Do you have any advice for beginners? Yeah, learn to communicate your thoughts as you think them. That helps a lot. If you have a camera and a microphone and you think out loud, you'll get an audience of at least 30 people in a couple of months, in my opinion. As long as you're engaging with chat, that kind of thing, it's not that hard. So, templates. When we make this, let's think about how we want to do this. So we have scene template, then we have the editor, and then we have templates, and then we have like a level template. And then this, unfortunately, this tile map isn't good enough. We need some options for which tile like folder we want them to go into. So I can see how this is going to work. Let's make a script here and start. Scene template editor window. potentially only seniors will survive, but then the seniors will get too old and the juniors will have to take over. So someone has to still be smart, unfortunately. It'll probably be that only the people who can figure it out on their own get by. So we need... Yeah. Exactly. There'll be this weird... Yeah. There'll be this like aging population of actually good developers. And then there'll be like a huge population of like garbage developers. And apparently apparently all of human text that's on the internet has like essentially already been parsed by AI. So like it's not going to get smarter than it is. Meaning as soon as somebody like writes a new language or a new framework or the second we want to solve problems that we haven't already solved, things are going to get harder. And in general, I think there's going to be this like AI psychosis. That's my guess. That like there's so much regurgitated code that it just will be worse than it is today. That's my thought. Maybe it'll be better at thinking, and maybe maybe the models will get so good that they can use the existing text we've written to be smarter. Maybe there'll be some sort of like AGI, revolution where like it's able to rationalize and understand things. But honestly, that's pretty hard, I think, to imagine that happening. It's already so good at imitating intelligence that I don't see people changing the strategy. How far in development is the game? We're coming around to I think what feels to me like the 70 to 80% mark, but the game itself is not that far along. So we have like folder location for... There is a demo already. Not that one. Not that one. On the wish list, there is a playtest. On the Steam wishlist page, there's a playtest you can sign up for. A lot further along than the demo on itch.io. In fact, I think that takes you to a page that says that you can't get it here anymore. Yeah, it's there anyway. So, not to worry. All right, so we need folder location for the template types. So, string template folder. Good. And then we need list of string template types. So then Yeah, but we're not doing that. We're just doing for each folder in the templates folder, add the name to the template types list. Good. Okay. And then we are going to I guess I don't really know what I want this to look like. I have to design the UI for this thing. So there's a panel. And the panel, I expect, will have I mean, it'd be nice to have options like this. I just click them visually. Where it basically looks like this. Thank you so much. Also, it's probably worth thinking about the types of levels. So it's like one with like dialogue or like inside, outside, sandbox. Something like that. And these are just these preset shapes. And then I would have destinations. So like type. And then skin. And I would have all the different skin folders. So golden, you know, Cheverton, whatever. Cool. So, then there is a skin folder. And that is also going to be hard-coded, unfortunately. Assets, tiled levels. O1_tile maps. What kind of things people ask you to put in your game with Clinker's personalized Easter egg? Mostly like original characters or background objects or putting their name in the game somewhere. NPCs, that kind of thing. So I guess what I would want to do here is I would have you select this. It's like this. And then I'm like, I want this one. Selected. And then I've got all the different skins and that looks like whatever. So it's like type, skin. And then just like a big button at the bottom that says like, go, make this. Like that. Maybe with a name as well. I think that would work. All right, let's keep going then. Editor GUI layout dot new using new editor GUI layout vertical scope. Is that not how that works? I think it's just like that. What the heck? Retro box. Not even that. Sequence player edit. Sequence editor. Using. Oh, I see. Like that. I never know what the syntax is. Like that. So using new vertical scope, we've got like draw. So in here, we say draw templates and then draw template selector, skin selector, draw name field, draw create button. Okay. Okay. So what is the template selector? The template selector is going to be, I guess, just like another vertical layout group. But this one is just a bunch of buttons. But this is going to be like, I kind of want it to be that there are a list of things and one of those things is selected. Is kind of how I want to do it. So I need the selections to be saved here. So string name scene new scene name, and then I need, I guess, like it's not really references, it's just like the index even of what gets found. So like int selected type index, selected skin index. Yeah, just that. So it's like for each. Although it should probably be like for int I equals. Okay. Okay, so we got an error. I use Copilot, and it's using. Oops, that's not what I wanted. It's using. What is this? This is. Well, it's auto, which is probably like Claude Sonnet 4.6. But I don't really prompt very much. I mostly just like the autocomplete. Okay. Focus mode, let's go. Okay, so templates, skins, name field, create button. So template selector for each template types. I guess we should write up the top some sort of debug. Editor GUI layout dot label field. Type 0, skin 0. Okay, that's a good start. Now, let's go to templates, level. Now that shouldn't be the case, actually. Nothing. Okay. What are your tasks like when you work in company? In which role? Me? Like, me specifically? Hang on, I'm supposed to be in focus mode. I can't read that yet. Okay. So, check initialized. There we go. Thanks for the follow, Estif. So folders inside of assets, tiled levels, tile maps. Is that not what it's called? Tiled space levels. Should this be percent? Nope. I might have to recompile though. That should work. Yo, thanks for the follow, whoever that was. So I really just want the folders in here. Why is that not working? Assets tiled. Oh, tiled levels. Still wrong. Recompile again, I guess. Actually, I think it's not just recompile. I think I have to close the tab entirely. Hey, there we go. Sweet. So now we don't need this. Well, we don't need this, and we don't need... Draw template selector, draw skin selector. Cool. So those are all the skins. These are the levels. I'm not sure there's going to be an easy way to do this. Like, what's inside of MISC? Sandbox. I don't even... I think I might have to select a subset myself. I mean, it's not wrong. They're just not how I would want them, really. Let's do like... Any advice? I'm thinking of starting my own fantasy action adventure game project. Oh, be prepared for a long, long, long time. Be prepared for development to take you forever. Here be dragons. Okay, grid layout using. Is there a way to even do grid scope? Hello?
Hey, it's so smoky outside. I'm just gonna go to the shops and look.
Okay, well, sorry about that.
Yeah.
Yuck. Start with an MMO. All right. Well, I don't really want a grid, so let's just do it 3x3. So we've got basically, yeah. That's better. Man, I'm good. Okay. So now we want a box. So not just a label field, but some kind of like rectangle box field. I suppose it should be a button, really, shouldn't it? It's terrible. Yes, that's closer. There we go. It's a grid. Ho 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 ho. Ho 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 ho. Look at that. Select the boxes. Okay, next we want to do the same thing for our templates. Cool. Now, unfortunately, I can't read any of these because they need more space. So maybe instead of the buttons like this, we will do if editor label field template type. That one's okay, but this one here. Yeah, it's not going to work, is it? I don't really want to overflow the text. But we could try. I think it's going to get clipped no matter what. Let's just say min. It's actually crazy how like flexboxy it is. It's pretty good. Is there no count length? Oh God. Not ideal, is it? I think I just want like the last, I think it's 100. But I want the text in this to be only the last label is last 20 characters. Okay. Ten characters? Okay, now let's make it 15 characters and we'll make this 150 and we'll make this 155. And instead of 15, we'll make it 20 now. Maybe even 25 could be good. Not quite. 20. Done. Cool. Okay. Height's probably a little too high. Very nice. I was going to put a texture in these. Maybe I'm not going to have the chance to. All right. So now we have our select template and then like template type. Should be without these. Level. Cool. And then I can go over here to scene templates, and make a new folder and call it inside interior. Yay. Except I want this to be horizontal. And I don't need this anymore. Cool. What? How did I open PowerShell like that? Okay. What? There we go. Good. So, I have this template. I have the skin. I'm going to go like orange said golden. It's a level. And then I want to call it like test scene template test. And then when I create it, what do I want to happen? No, string end new scene path equals. Ah. Where do I want it to go? Well, certainly assets and then scenes. That's a good start. And then I guess like templated scenes. Not a tiled level auto generator, but a generator to create a new scene with a new tiled file inside of it that has like a mock layout for the game. Okay, so then we want to copy the selected, copy the scene inside of the template selected template folder. Yeah, to the new path. It's just going to be the first scene. Yeah, literally. Yep. 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 And that's it. The challenge, however, is going to be to then open this scene and put the asset inside of it. So this is copy the scene. Now it's copy the tiled level in the skin folder. No. In template folder marked as... Oh, this is going to be so hard. So templates level, then there's going to be something called tile map. I don't think we need that. I think we just take it and put it here. And then what are these? This is a .tmx file, but what is it? I think it is a prefab. I think it's actually called a model. No. I made a mistake. Okay. Golden. Usually there's a name for this. Like... I don't know what it is. Yo, thanks for the follow. Let's ask. In Unity, I have a super tiled to Unity as tile map asset that I've put in the folder. That I've put in the folder next to this scene. How do I generally determine what type this asset is, such that I can search for it in Find Assets? Yeah, I'm not sure if it is prefab. I mean, it is a prefab. What is that? It's like a grid. That's an asset map. I don't know what this determines it to be. Usually, like if I type in sprite, up here in brackets it says sprite. But here, like that's super tile set. This is TMX asset importer. I don't know what that is. Yeah, okay. Let's do that. So on GUI, log asset type. Oh, I haven't put one in yet. Let's just copy this. We need like a test one. Okay. And then we're going to go to scene template. Templates level. That's annoying. What the hell just happened? Okay. Found asset of type UnityEngine.game object. Okay, sure. Sure, dude. Really? Okay. We need the name. I want the name as well. Just to make sure. Yeah, it's called that. Okay. I learned something today. So, open the scene. That's a problem too. Damn. I need somewhere to put this thing. Oof. Oof, 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 oof. Man. My life gets made so hard for no reason sometimes. The tiled files are starting to become really cumbersome. But I do not have the power to write my own version of tiled inside of Unity. I'm not going to do that, which means I need to copy the tiled asset with the scene, which means now I can't just copy the scene into a new thing at this location. It needs to be /scene name plus / plus scene name plus Unity. All right. Let's try this again. Yes. Do you know what? I could just copy the whole thing. No, wouldn't work that way. We could do something more generic where we take a scene from Insignia and we clone it and we take all the assets and we put them in a new folder underneath that thing. And then we replace the assets. This is quite annoying. It would be much, 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 much better to just clone a scene. And if it has a tiled file in it, just copy the tiled file and replace it. I think that's better than this whole thing I'm doing right now. It's way better. This whole thing is dumb. The right idea should be this is a bunch of scene metas that I've already got from the game. Or like scene asset files or whatever. Even if they're scene templates, they're just scenes. ignore the whole skin thing. I just copy the scene. No, I mean... Well, that can be done anyway. Why is this? What is... sorry, I'm just needing a second. Okay. Take that template scene, copy, paste, drop the thing in it. I guess ideally we would want like just something basic. Levels in Insignia, is that better? I don't know. We're already kind of there. I think yeah. So, okay, I've figured it out. It's not this gray box test. We don't do this here like this. We just take the thing. In fact, we don't even need templates. I mean, we could put it in there like this, level. But instead of inside of a folder, we just put this inside of this. Now we don't need this. And then it's templates, and then that's it. So now we're not looking inside of a folder. Template folder. For each scene asset. Yeah, basically that. So then we create the scene. Then we open the scene. And then we find any tile map game objects in the scene. So now we expect it to be inside of this. So if I go into this level template scene, you know, I don't see anything here, but if I was to go into like another level, let's go to this one. I would expect to see this game object, which is this thing called Ridgelands, which is I think it's just a prefab. So I guess what I do is I look for anything of type supermap. But actually, if I click it, there's the prefab. Oh, that's the prefab. So hang on a second. Can I clone the asset at the prefab? So if I go here, prefab. Find a game object with a supermap on it. Okay. Find a game object with a supermap on it component. Using st2u. Okay. And then get the asset path of the prefab. Is that what I'm doing? I'm taking this and I'm going to the select asset. If the map is a prefab, the game object of the map should be a prefab. Yes. And then clone the asset in the directory of the new scene into the directory of the new scene. Yes. And then replace. Well, okay. I mean, that's certainly something, but actually it can't go into that folder. So in fact, we can't give it the same name. Like that is what it's got to be. Yes. In which case, we don't need this anymore. Okay. Well, we can give it a go. So, or instead golden is this. And we are taking this level. In fact, we're going to close this and we're going to reopen it. Scene templates. Okay. And then we've got level template scene and it's using or instead golden and we're calling it golden test template, golden template test. Okay. So in our level template scene, I need an object. So I can delete this and I can say golden test tile set. Well, not even. I should just pick some random one like room, like Ilya, Marion's room, Marion's bedroom. Copy it, paste it in here. That's not what I want. I want this in there. And I'm just going to call it whatever. Marion's bedroom is just called that. And I'm going to put it right here. And I'm going to take this, and I'm going to move them way out of the way. I'm going to put this at 0, 0. I'm going to put, well, Armin's at 0, 0. I'll put this like here. Perfect. Okay. So I save this. It's in the level template scene. I go to my scene template. I've got it set to the golden skin. And I've got a level template scene set up. It's called golden template test. I press create scene 3, 2, 1, go. Scene file not found. Golden template test Unity. No. Hang on a second. That's not right. Template folder. Find assets inside of template folder. Is that right? What? Level template scene. Marion's bedroom. Create a new scene asset at golden template test Unity. Golden template test. I think because I didn't call something templated scenes or whatever. Go. Oh, it put one in there. Couple of problems. Scene file not found. Assets, scenes, templated scenes, golden template test Unity. But you did. There it is, with Marion's bedroom. But we did not failed to load Marion's bedroom. TMX may be corrupted or was serialized with a newer version. Version. Hey, Dev Kenji, how's it going? Key not found exception. Oh, congrats. I just want to make sure I'm not screwing anything up majorly. So template scene has nothing in it. Templated scenes has this. Okay. Level template scene. Level template. Goes in gray box. If I just delete this, I can try again, I think, without anything breaking. So when we create the scene, we open the scene. I think that's fine. What did we get? What was the problem? Okay, I gotta try it again. Click. Scene gets created. Okay, so we get to here. Now we're here. We open this scene. Yes, that happened. We get to here. Failed to load assets. Now, why might I be getting this? Now we ask, why might I be getting this error? When trying to copy the prefab found in the scene. Tell me why I can't seem to copy this asset. Tell me why you can't seem to deserialize it. Tell me why I have to ask ChatGPT. I want it easily. Most likely because you're copying the TMX asset and renaming it to .prefab, and then Unity tries to import the renamed file as prefab and fails. Well, I trusted you to do that. TMX. TMX. Do. Do I enjoy pizza when I code? I love pizza. Does Backstreet Boys count as an accent? I don't know. What? We got a map. What? But this is going to get complicated. So everything worked. That's the amazing part. Golden template test map. You got to go. Okay. You got to go. Scene templates. Okay. Okay, don't save that. Get out of here. I was in tiled and I press OK. We don't need this anymore. This is what I want. This is called level template. File, save as. Level template, just that. That's okay. Then inside of this, save that. And then I go level template. I have two of them. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. Oh, because it's being ignored? That's okay. I go to scene template. I create. I open model and I'm here and I press this. Boom. Done. Huh. I did it. I did it. Now, if only I could automate that step. So now I just got like a generic room flavored with whatever of these I want. So if I say like, let's call it like, unfortunately it has to be compatible. So actually I'd have to use like Cheverton. It's not even what even is a tile set? Ridgelands. So Ridgelands wet will be right. Ridgelands test template test. Go. Go here, go here. Bow. Done. Now I have 2 levels. Golden template test. Ridgelands template test. Hooray! And now what I want to do is auto import that into this graph. So the next thing I want to do is auto add the scene. And maybe like the Unity ignore property, I'll turn this off so that when I create it, at least it's visually there. Now I want a button underneath create scene. Okay. How would I do this? Is it possible to check to see if this is open? Like I kind of want to like pass it in. I suppose I could just drag it in afterwards. It's not that big of a deal. It's just, it would be nice for it to just be there. Nah, I think this is too ambitious. Another time. So the idea here would be something like, I've got something called gray box. So I want a gray box. level template scene, gray box test. So this is actually wind test. Create. Go to my scratch pad, drag it in. There it is. Thank you very much. Go to wind test map. There it is. Go to model, press this, done. Okay, that's like pretty reasonable. If I just want to make a new scene with a new grid on it. Okay. So we go back to wind test scene. We can do this. I can go all the way to here. I can go all the way back to here, paste them in, and there we go. Now I can play test this. Sweet. Perfect. That's what I want. Sweet. Oh, that's really good. So the long-term situation here would be that I would have multiple templates and I would be able to just click whatever I want, get whatever skin I want, and the templates would have different layouts just to help set things up. So I could have like a template with 2 doors left and right, a template that's just a box like this, a template that's just like a flat floor. And as soon as I create it, I can then edit it. So now that it's here, I can just go in here and do whatever I want. And it's not gonna, this doesn't muck up the template. That's the really, really, really important thing, is that this has nothing to do with the template at this point. It's just its own separate level. So I can just do that. Save it. And it's here, but it's not, that's not the template anymore. This is just another file. The only thing I hate about this is that this asset is like, it's where it lives in the project needs to be in the same when I select the asset, it needs to live in a folder that's marked with the asset skin. Like the skin of which tile set we use is the thing that determines where the file lives. When ideally, I would want this tile data to live in this scene, because that's where it belongs. It's the scene's tile data. But unfortunately, Super Tile to Unity doesn't give us that, because we would otherwise have to then replicate the rule files in every single one, or otherwise store them in such a way that it's possible to do this. You create the text file so that it points to a rules file that's in a different folder directory, but like a relative directory. Are you ever wanting to find the tile file without looking at the scene that it's in? I mean, no. Usually I would want them in the same subfolder. That's what I would want. So it's like, you know, this is the scene folder, scene asset, tiled file. Can you child a prefab to an asset? Is that possible? But even then, I can't do that. Because even if I could append this as like a little baby file inside of this, you know how you can do that in Unity? Like a bundle. The file and the scene asset then still need to live in this folder. So it's fine. It just means that the thing that I'm concerned about is if I delete this wind test, I have to remember, oh, I also need to delete the tiled file that reflects that wind test file. Like I need to go to this first, select the asset, delete it, and then go here, you know, find the scene asset, delete that, which kind of sucks. Or otherwise go wind test here and delete, you know, this and this. That's the only thing that sucks. In any case, I mean, like, this is fiddly. It would be way less fiddly if we were in our own engine and we were doing our own tile system. Like, what do I do? You know, I'm not gonna, I can't, like, I suppose technically I could read from the tiled files and like duplicate them in a local version or something like that using Unity tiles. That's kind of what the tile sets do. It's just this fact that I have to bind it to like an external editor. Like the only way this is editable in tiled again is that there's an asset at the top, and the asset takes me to here, and obviously I edit it here. And I guess that's just the way that it has to be for now. It is crappy that this is like a different environment. But you know, people do game design in Maya. You know, they're like model shit in Maya and they bring it into Unity. That happens. So like every other game has this problem. It's not like, you know, it's not like this is an exclusive issue that I created for myself. Every 3D game has this problem. You would have a whole bunch of assets for level geometry that don't live in the Unreal Engine scene or whatever. They live in the project directory, even if they're exclusively for that scene. So, what I wanted to do was make a new one of these. So we're going to make one that's the same as that. It is gray box here, level template scene. This is going to be called heavy. Weigh dare weight test. Plunge. 3, 2, 1, go. And now here we are again. Prefab, open model, click U, do that. Bing bong. And here we are. We're in plunge test map. That was easy. And then I just go plunge test. And there it is. Hooray. I do wish these were like that. Oh, there's a door in the level. All right. Okay. I mean, good. It's good. It's playable. It's a level. I can do some testing in it. And it's not going to screw up anything else. And it lives in my scene. Where it lives. Hooray. I'm quite happy with that. I'm quite satisfied. Could it be better? Maybe. Is it good enough? Yes. And the cool part about this is this plunge test map. If I were to put it inside of like the Orenstead Golden thing like that, and then just go over to this and then do that. Ta-da. Wait a second. Oh no. I hate this. I wish I could remove it. What all reference files couldn't be found? Yeah, that's the one crappy thing about tiled is that you should be able to do this, but you can't. And it won't import correctly if you don't. So now I'll need to go like... it's like show in Explorer. And then I need to edit this inside of here and remove gray box. And then it'll work. That's the only crappy thing. But you can reskin any level. So this was the prototype level. Now it's this. I suppose what I could do is like just delete this. Save it. And then can I move this to like the wet Ridgelands space? Nah, it's still looking for it. It still somehow thinks that it's like, oh, where is that file? So I can't, I literally cannot just drag it. I have to delete that every single time. That scared me. Okay. I need like sure you'll do. And the gem is Meteor. Sweet. Okay. And then, I mean, we probably just want to go like this. Good. Bit big, isn't it? I guess there is a zone camera here, isn't there? Yeah, we don't need that. Sweet. All right. This is good. This is like starting to get into a rhythm here of like quick iteration, rapid testing, just getting things that we want. I guess what I would want to do now is like create this object and give it logic and allow it to shift down when we do this, which we will do in the next episode. Maybe I'll stream tomorrow since we didn't stream yesterday. So look out for that. That'll be it, I think, for this stream. This was pretty good. Like, I know that it should be even easier than this, you know, to do levels. I know I want it to be even easier. We're getting pretty close to it being at least like kind of fast. And we'll only have to do this like 115 more times or something like that for the rest of the game. But from here at least, I mean, like, look, they're playable. We can play test. I did some grey boxing today. I want to be able to get through, like, the journey forward from here looks like this. Gosh, what is all this? Yeah, I don't think I wanted to... We'll get to this another time. That's a whole different kettle of fish. This is like a separate exercise that should go somewhere else. Ding, ding, ding. Grab all of this, minus this, and just go cut. Gray box planning, paste. And then take all this. I don't know about that, but we will need to do gray box, writing down everything that I accomplished. Actually, we have somebody who's been using AI to do that for me. There are like summaries of all the streams. I think, is it Chardle? You're not Dylan, are you? Everyone's got different names in different places. Is Chardle Dylan? You're not Dylan. Okay. Chardle, were you in the... I help with the playtest feedback. Yes, but Chardle, were you in the scene graph beta? Did I meet you? Over Zoom? Right. And are you in Europe? I'm not trying to dox you, I promise. Yes, there's somebody else in Europe who also was helping with Scene Graph, who, I guess in my brain, you're saved next to each other. They're helping me do other things. Okay. I think because they can't watch the streams because they're in Germany. Anyway. So, Greybox. So what we're trying to do is I need to prototype the rest of the what is it? But it's chapter 2. Greybox out the world content for chapter 2 or Crucible. No, Greybox out the level content for the abilities. Then the Crucible content. Then the dungeon content. Crucible dirt level dirt dungeon. Then Crucible level dungeon, and then playable pathing through content, quest content, per chapter. That's kind of what we have to do, and we're kind of like 50% through this and like 40% through all the rest of this, and that's just chapter 2. Which, and ideally, this exercise should have been done 6 months ago. Sucks, man. And if I'm really good, I will be able to do that for chapters 3 and 4, hopefully. In like 2 months. Which also includes basic enemies. Man, this is hard. My game is so big. There's no way to make it go faster. There's no way I can make this thing take like a whole month to greybox out the rest of the content. It's like minimum 4. But I literally need to be doing what I'm doing right now. Just more of it. Just all day. This is not necessarily fun. It's not scope creep. It's just like I'm realizing how big the scope is. It's like I saw dinosaur fossil bones 10 years ago, and I was like, I wonder what it would take to reconstruct this dinosaur based on the fossil. And now I'm like, this is a heavy dinosaur. And there's literally, for the game that I'm making, there is no way to make this smaller. Like, it doesn't get smaller than this. This is like very typical. I think this is just a game that needed 15 people to work on it. As like their third game. Hello. It's cute. There's someone cute in my room.
Dinner's sort of nearly ready.
All right, I'll wrap up.
Approaching ready.
I'll wrap up now. Alrighty, chat. I gotta go. That's my wife. Dinner is ready. Who we raiding? Ryan Art maybe today? What's funny is the fact that if people actually realize the scope gains take, nobody would make games. I agree. I don't think I would have done this if I knew what was ahead of me, but I'm glad that I'm doing it anyway. Thank you everybody for checking out the stream today. I had a lot of fun. I hope you did too. I will be back probably tomorrow. I'll catch me on the Discord to confirm. I also have a brand new video. If you haven't seen it, nobody's been checking out my YouTube channel for some reason. There's been some sort of issue with YouTube's recommendations. Check out, and also, what the hell is this? This, painting Mario Galaxy movie characters into an iconic SNES title. If you could give this a view, that would give me a lot of encouragement. Thank you so much for watching. Also, we have merch. You can wishlist Insignia, that's a thing. And we have merch. Oh my gosh, so many links. Click them all. Thank you, pals. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.